here. And we're going to want to search for clay. And let's say 256 clay, right? Emit signal when under this amount. So you can see it's emitting a redstone signal now because it's less than 256. Nice. So if we made it, so for example, let's make it like 64, right? Just for testing purposes. So we still have less than 64, so it's going to keep running. If we check in our refined storage system, which we can't see, for clay. Oh, are you picking up the actual blocks? Because that's annoying. Please don't tell me you're picking up the actual blocks. Actually, it might be feeding the clay it picks up into the thing. So let's see. Oh, no, it doesn't. Good. Okay. Sweet. So that clay is probably coming in from our stuff. So I'm going to break all this and watch this actually work. Sweet. So now if I stick all this clay in the system, that light should turn off, and that'll tell me that we've built this correctly. And it should stop placing sand as well, right? So let's put this away, put our clay away. So now the light turned off. Cool. See, it's off. It's no longer emitting a redstone signal. And since you're configured to only work when you're receiving a redstone signal, once this clay is converted and broken, it should no longer place sand. Beautiful. That's what I wanted to see. Nice. All right, so I'm going to bump this up to 256 again. Does that sound fair? Now it's emitting a redstone signal, and we're good. So let's cover this all up with sand. Nice. Clay automation. That's cool. And that should have helped in here with our compact machine. And you've got tectonic petroleum again. Beautiful. That's what I wanted to see. All right, nice. And how are you doing for tectonic petroleum? Pretty good. And now we're just processing a bunch of this stuff, right? So you're actually okay. Nice. Beautiful. Everything's actually working perfectly. That's what I like to see. Very, very nice. All right, back up and running. Clay automation. We are now really in good shape with that compact machine room. Clay was kind of like one of the last things we didn't automate. Now, did I get... Nice, I got enough Chironite while I was doing all that work. So that's cool. So I can put all this stuff away. Let's break down our tier 3 void miner, or tier 2, and bump it up to a tier 3. Does that sound cool? So I'm just going to remove all this stuff for a minute. You guys can all go away. That's right, I think I have to... There we go. So I'm going to want that guy to wind up being in a better place, but that's all right, we'll fix that in a sec. So you can go away, you... Actually, I probably want my multimeter, because I want to measure stuff in a minute here. Everything else I'll hang on to for the time being. I was debating whether I wanted to do Clayconia or Astral Sorcery, but since I haven't done Astral Sorcery really much ever before, I went that route. All right, back in a minute. All right, so upgrading this guy to a Void Ore Miner tier 3 sounds cool. And then we want 56 Structure tier 3, right? So I've got Structure, I've got 32 tier 2s, so I want to learn how to make Structure tier 3s, which is basically this. So I should be able to request 56 of those. Hey, 56 of those in a moment. Did you put down any more? You did. Structure panels. Goofy. Stop being that. You're still there, right? Good. Okay. And you didn't place any more blocks down? Funny down here? Okay. So structure tier 3s. I've got 32. I want 56, right? 56, tier 3. Good, I've got everything I need to make that. So that'll take a moment. And then in the meantime, we also need 4 more null modifiers. Now, they could be speed modifiers if I wanted to, but I'm going to make them null for now. Actually, I already have 4 null modifiers. Well, we'll use them later, I guess. So I've got enough null and speed modifiers, so that's actually fine. And then structure panels... I've got 16 and I need 56, so I need 40 more structure panels. Cool. So structured frame tier 3, nice. Structure panels are on the way. And then I need 4 laser cores and 1 laser lens. So I need 1 more laser core. And that shouldn't be too much of a problem. And then how's my 40 structures coming in? Nice. So that should be enough to make a tier 3. One of these dudes. Now I kind of want it to be in the same spot again, so we're going to do that. And then we're going to start placing it and hopefully not have too much of a problem here with spacing. Yeah, we might have a problem with spacing. We shall see. Are you going to tell me if you're running into, like, a problem with spacing, or are you just going to, like, not say a word? Probably the latter. Let's do this. I'm just going to clear out a bunch of space so that we have plenty of room for this. And then hopefully that'll be good. I'm not sure how much space this thing actually needs. So I'm just going to give it a little bit more room. Not intended there. Doot. Where was this thing? It was here. So with a little bit more room, hopefully this will behave a little bit better. So there we go. You can see it building stuff down there, which is cool. Man, this thing gets really big, and it's only tier 3. Remember, we have a lot more tiers to go. So you've got 4 more structure panels to place, apparently, and then you're good. So where might they go? 4 more structure panels, huh? You might need to go out here. Would that be accurate? Maybe? Or do we have extra structure panels? I don't know. We'll find out. Hold on. I want to get a crate here. Are you running? Oh, you're running. Okay, so we're good. So do we get a few extra structure panels? Probably. My bad. No big deal. Nice. So if this thing's running, we're good. So then let's rerun our cabling here the way it was. We can take you out of here before I start destroying my base too much. And then we should be able to import bus here. And this dude. Sweet. Wow, okay, cool. We're getting a lot of stuff already. That's really fast. Multimeter, how are we doing? Wow, is that really how much power we're using? That can't be right. Oh, okay, no, it's cool. 6,200. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Now, if I threw some accuracy modifiers in there, that would be my next question, right? What's involved in making those? A bunch of mica. So, you know what? I don't know if I'll even want to... Well, I could probably automate them. I think you'll have to learn how to make diamond blocks, though. Yeah. So an accuracy modifier should make it so that I get even more of that stuff, that environmental tech stuff, because I'm using the crystal lens. So if I got 4 of those, because remember we have 8 total modifiers on the tier 3. We've used 4 for speed, and we had 4 as null. This should make it a little bit better. Now, we were using around 6150 on average for this dude. Oh, I see you calmed down a little bit. Cool. So like right around 6,000-ish, right? So I'm curious if swapping out accuracy modifiers is going to make this more costly in terms of RF. By the way, you can totally build this by hand if you want to, but, you know, that thing is awesome. So why wouldn't you? So yes, it bumped it up to about 7,000 RF a tick. But that should give me a higher chance of getting that new crystal stuff. So in fact, what I'm going to do is turn you off for a minute, only work with redstone signal, and we should be seeing more litherite and erodium coming in. I don't know what percentage change it is. I don't know if it's like 10% now, but I'm going to leave this thing off for a few minutes, and we'll see what happens. And I presume Wand of Speed upgrade is not going to make much of a use. So let me fill in my floor off camera, and we will be right back. All right, this thing's been running for a few minutes here, and you can see we've gotten quite a decent amount of erodium, litherite, palladium, and chironite. So accuracy modifier plus speed modifier equals win. I like it a lot. So I will let this thing start importing again. I'll just tell it to ignore or off. It's pretty much the same thing, but I usually like to use ignore, just, you know. Not that I would ever have a redstone source down there. Also, how's our clay situation? If I'm right, we should be sitting around 256 clay. Pretty darn close. That is cool. I'm liking it. All right, let's wrap up the episode here. We'll come back next time. We've got a tier 3 void ore miner now, which is nice. How's my power situation, though? Technically, we're officially losing power now. Sweet. That is cool. So no wand of acceleration needed. We are literally at the point where we are losing energy just from that machine downstairs. So we're burning through these two fuel types. So a couple options, obviously. We could throw more turbines on our Manulin turbine advanced generator dude, and that would generate more RF a tick for the cost of more fuel, which based on the amount of resources we have, that wouldn't be a problem. But the other thing we could do is look into new mods that we haven't played with in a while, or ever. So we might look at some of that. But for now, Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 62 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Last episode, we got environmental tech updated. We got to a tier 3 void ore miner, and as a result we're starting to struggle a little bit on energy. Now it's not the end of the world, because we're actually like, this thing's been running for a while now, and it's like very little bit, right? Like we're just ever so slightly getting to the point where we're getting a small amount of energy loss. So it's not like the end of the world type thing, but it's definitely something we're going to want to keep an eye on. So what I think I'm going to do for now, because I'm not quite ready to do anything with this, is I'm just going to put a lever on this guy. And when you give it a redstone signal, it should stop mining. True? True. So no more mining is occurring. And as a result of no more mining occurring, we are definitely rapidly filling up this dude again, right? Yes, he is getting a net gain, which is cool. But we're going to want to soon start looking into more power options. However, we are rapidly running out of auto-crafting room. And short of, so like I want to auto-craft a bunch of stuff for the next power build that I want to do, but short of building a bunch of crafters, we could look into reborn storage, and I think that's what we're going to do today, is take a look at reborn storage. So to get this guy up and running, we're going to need to teach a few more crafting recipes. So you're going to need to know how to make one of these. You're going to need to know how to make some of these. You're going to need to know how to make some of these. And finally, one of those. Cool. And with all this good stuff known, hopefully, I'm going to take out the diamond recipe, just because I'm probably not going to use that in the immediate future. Cool. So if we look at reborn storage now, we should find that we have a bunch of recipes known. So what's reborn storage? Reborn storage is an add-on mod for refined storage. Those of you who've been around the modded scene for a long time might remember in Applied Energistics 1, which is what reborn or refined storage is modeled after a little bit. Might remember that in Applied Energistics 1, there was this big multi-block crafting system that you could make. That's what reborn storage brings back. So it's a multi-block system that can craft automatically for you a bunch of stuff. So instead of having a bunch of individualized crafters all over the place, you can build one multi-block thing that can store a bunch of crafting recipes, and it's pretty neat. So that's what we're going to work on making today. I'd like to replace this Wallow Crafters with a multi-block that should do about the same thing. So let's figure out what we need to build. So in order to get the reborn storage thing, you basically need to make a cube of some kind, right? And it needs to have crafting frames on the outer edges of the cube, and it needs to have heat conductors on the walls of the cube. So what do I mean by that? Basically, like this would be like your outer edges, right? Like something like that. Okay. And then like this would be your walls. Okay. Such that right? And then that, right? So the outer edges of your cube and the corners basically are going to be one material, and the walls are going to be another. So I'm thinking I'm going to start with like a 5x5 cube, or do I want to do 7x7? So like if we did 5x5, that feels pretty good to me in terms of size. Yeah, 5x5 would look something like that, and that should be a decently sized cube. And it can get bigger. I think 16x16-ish is pretty much like the highest you can get. So what I think I'm going to do is stick with 5x5 for now, and then we'll expand as needed. So let's do a little bit of math around what we're going to need here. So if I'm going to do a 5x5, we're going to want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? Is that right? Is that what a 5x5 is? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 4 is 9, plus 4 is 13, plus 3 is 16. So 16 times 2 is 32, and then we're going to want 1, 2, 3, so 32 and 12 would be 44, right? So if we want a reborn storage foundation, we're going to want 44 of these, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to require a lot of improved processors, but that shouldn't be too bad to make because we've got some really fast stuff going on down here. Nice. You're pretty quick at making things, and that's something I appreciate about you. Nice. So that's all going to automate nicely. Now, for the walls of this thing, we're basically going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? And we're going to need 6 sets of those walls, right? So 9 times 6 is 54. So we're going to need 54 of these guys from Reborn Storage. Cool. And that's going to be another bunch of stuff to craft. Okay, so we'll get all that cooking up, and it should go pretty quickly. Not too shabby. All right, so with that in mind, that should be the foundation of the Reborn Storage multi-block. Now, that's the outside of the multi-block. For the inside of the multi-block, there's another story to tell, of course. So the inside of the multi-block, there's 2 different blocks that can make up the inside, and you can kind of do it however you want. There's the crafting CPU and the crafting storage. For each crafting storage block that you put in the center space, you will have more storage for patterns. And I played with this mod in 1.10 a little bit, and I remember each crafting block held a lot of patterns, like a lot. I don't know, like each crafting storage held a lot. And then the crafting CPUs will speed up the crafting operation. I don't know if you guys noticed, but as you craft individual things here, they can be a little slow at times, right? So like, let's say we wanted gold. Let's use gold blocks as an example. Like, let's say we wanted a stack of those, right? And hit start. Boom. So see how that's going? Okay. Now, if we put speed upgrades into the multi-block crafter that can make gold blocks, and we requested a stack of these, see how much faster it's going? So you can put speed upgrades in your crafters, but it's something that I've held off on doing because I was planning to get into Reborn Storage. And ultimately, what happens is the more whatchamacallits you put in there, let's see, what is it called again? Crafting CPUs, yeah. The more of these that you put in there, the faster it crafts, right? So crafting storage means you can store more patterns in the multi-block, where crafting CPUs means that the multi-block will craft things more quickly. And of course you're going to want to do that because in the past, this crafter would be making gold, while this crafter would be making, I don't know, these patterns, right? So they would kind of be distributed a little bit, like one crafter's working on one thing, another's working on another thing. They're not slowing each other down. With the multi-block, it's one block doing the crafting. So you're definitely going to want some speed upgrades in that thing to keep it going. So I think what I'll do is, let's see, the internal of a 5x5 is 27 blocks, right? It's 3x3 is 9x3 is 27. So we get to decide how many of these guys we want to do. Let's get like a decent, so like, let's get a dozen storages. Does that sound cool? And then we'll get 15 CPUs, and we'll see if that works out. So that all should be crafting now. And oh wow, okay, cool. You need a little bit of diamonds going on. That's all good. Sweet. So that's gonna craft and all look cool. So you're doing your thing. You're doing your thing. You're doing silicon. Beautiful. It's all working beautifully. I love automation because you just click a few buttons and you get what you want. It's like one step away from creative mode. That's what I kind of like about modded Minecraft, is once you put in a whole bunch of effort and time, you're one step away from like a creative mode type thing. It's pretty slick. All right, and that's kind of the goal almost for me, is to eventually get to the point where it's like, we have whatever we want. We have all the things. We're good. If I want to make something, I can make it. That's my goal by the end of the series, is just to fully automate as much as I can and just be like, you know what? I need to do something. I can do it. All right, so that's going to get me the crafting storage we need. We said about 12 of those and about 15 CPUs, right? So that should be a work in progress. So you're almost done. Is he kind of slow? Not terribly slow, but like kind of slow. So what are you actually doing up here? Oh, you're just waiting on basic processors. That's no big deal. Getting there. Should have about 15. And you're... Sweet. There we go. 15. All right. So the next thing we're going to want is a chest. Or, you know, let's do it with a crate. I have a medium crate. Small should be enough, hopefully, to store all the things, right? So what I'm going to do is destroy my entire crafting wall, which is going to break my ability to craft anything, right? So we're going to break that, and then all the patterns are going to go in here. So I'm going to do that real quick off camera, and we'll be right back. And I'm going to hang on to you, and the crafters can stay in my inventory for the time being. So I kind of want this to almost be a little sensical. Let's organize a little bit, and things I don't need to have. You can all go away, as can you. Oops, I put away a reborn storage thing, didn't I? I did. Cool, and I actually don't need you. Cool, all right. So then I can do this, and I should be pretty good. Nice. So 2 at a time I can break. I know, I said off camera, and then I didn't off camera, did I? I'm terrible. Kind of curious to see if I'll be able to hold all these things in here. We have a lot of auto crafting patterns, don't we? Luckily, I have a magnet helping me out. We may not be able to fit all these in here. That's hilarious. Sweet. All right. So pretty close. Pretty close. So let's... So it's going to be a 5x5, right? So let's do this. Let's... You and you. And we'll decide where you're going to go. I'm thinking like right here-ish, right? So if I did that, 2, 3... Remember, the Actual Editions drill, if there's not a block above the one you're breaking, it doesn't do a great job of breaking. So we'll build our crafting frames first. And I want this to be like flush with the wall. So that's how I'm putting it on purpose. So did I do all my math right? We're about to find out. did I do my math right? Everybody's like anxious to know. Can Dyer add, multiply, and subtract in his brain? So far, it looks like he can. And then we've got 9 more for the front of this thing, and then we're going to put, it doesn't matter where you place things in here. And then our crafting CPUs, and we'll see how much storage space this is. I don't know, like I said, how much we get. And then you can go on the front, and this should form a multi-block. Ta-da! Cool. So we got 12 pages of this many. So that's a lot of patterns, right? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, that's a lot. So we've got a decent amount of patterns. That's 63 and 18. So 78, right? If that's right. 78 per crafting storage block, so 78 times 12. So we have a lot of pattern spots, right? So what I'm going to do now is put these guys down here, and we'll just do zoop and zoop. So if I asked for a redstone comparator, this should know how to make redstone comparators again. Cool, it worked. So that tells me that I did a good job of building my multi-block, aside from the fact that it's like accessible, but the fact that it actually works is cool. I didn't even check to see if I hooked it up to cabling, so there must be a cable somewhere touching the thing. It like didn't even occur to me that I need to plug cables into this, which is hilarious. So there's page 1, right? 1 and done. So now page 2. So we go into here to page 2. Oh, nice. It remembers what page you were on last time you opened it. That's something that I don't think happened in version 1.10 and was constantly a nuisance because I had to constantly switch to the next page every time I open the UI. I wonder if that'll persist between sessions, like if I close my game out, if it'll come back. All right, we could probably take you out. I'm like, why is it taking so long to break things? Oops, wrong thing. Nice. Even if it doesn't persist between sessions, the fact that it persists within one session is awesome to me. Cool. Okay. So now you just need some cabling help. So I'm guessing redstone comparator. Ooh, you still know how to make it. Cool. How are you like even online right now? So here's what I'm going to do. Like, granted, this is my basement a little bit, but still. How do you... Oh, okay, no, wait. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't because I had one. Cool. That's what I would expect. All the Dyer derps. I want you to look a little bit fancy. Yay! So that should be fine. And I could connect it to the multi-block or not. It doesn't really matter. So there, and then cool. Does that look good? Y'all like it? Nice. So that is a really good bit of stuff. So now if we went into here and said, hey, I want a redstone comparator, you should have no problem auto-crafting that for me. And woot. I say woot. Cool. Let's go outside and fix a little bit of the outside mess that I probably just made. I'm sure there's a big hole. Yeah. Look at Dyer, keeping stuff fancy. You guys proud of me yet or what? Because I'm proud of me. Hooray! So now let's do the gold block test, because I'm curious as to how fast you can make a stack of gold blocks. Wow, even faster. That was really fast. So that thing's cool. So we've got a large amount of storage, and again, that can be up to 16 by 16, which will increase, you know, your speed or your storage capabilities as needed. So one more bit of housekeeping that I'd like to do in advance of an upcoming plan is I'd like to keep a stock of nether stars in my refined storage system. So to do that, there's a few steps we're going to need to go through. First off, I'm going to need more power. So let's link this guy here. Okay. Because remember when I was playing with Withers a few episodes back, which we'll pop over here for, you'll remember that I didn't have enough power to keep the Withers placing multi-block up and running. So let's morph. And of course, I've got the sound muffler here, so keep in mind it's going to be a little quiet, right? But if we turned on this lever, right, we wouldn't have enough power here. Definitely hurting for power. So let's put a power cell. Ow. Right here. We're going to set you all to out, and we're going to link that guy. Sweet. And that should now be powering just fine, which should also mean, therefore, that we don't need you. Man, you build a lot of withers, don't you? Can we turn you off for a minute? It's a stupid amount of withers that we have in there. Like a stupid amount of withers in there. I have no idea how many we just spawned, but I feel like it's a lot. Is there some way to tell? Like, yeah, we're not going to be able to tell from that because there's other entities in our line of sight. But you get the idea. So the next thing I want to do is be ready to automate this thing. So in the past, we've been having a little problem with chunk loading with these things, like for specifically, well, actually, I probably want to keep this area claimed because that prevents creeper explosions. So I should keep my chunks claimed, but as you can see, like my chunk loading has broken again. So to try and remediate this, I'm going to place my chunk loader somewhat relatively in the center of my base. Doesn't have to be exact center, but you know, maybe exact center would be cool. Because this is the exact center, right? So that's easy enough. What if I placed it like right here? That would be cool, right? We could bump up the chunk radius and hit show lasers. And I definitely want it to be in square mode. So let's see what that looks like outside, shall we? This thing will keep chunks loaded in much the same way. See, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that'll chunk load a nice area around my base. Now, does that extend out to that guy? Probably not, but that's okay. We can go put another one out there. So that should be good. So we can turn off the lasers for now. We'll see if that does a better job of keeping things chunk loaded for me. Because like I said, FTB Utilities chunk loading has been a little bit buggy. You know, not super perfect. So to make another one of these, it's just an enchantment table and a chunk loader. Nice. So let's go out to this guy and chunk load this area and see if we can't make sure that this stays loaded. And then we're going to automate keeping in stock a certain amount of nether stars. So let's show chunk boundaries. So we basically want to chunk load a 3x3 area around this chunk. So what I'll do is just stick this dude right here-ish, show lasers, and that should keep all these chunks loaded. Cool. And that should be good. Hide lasers. So that'll keep you loaded. So now let's set up some automation around nether stars. So it's going to be pretty straightforward. We already have it so that when the lever's on, it's spawning those dudes. I'm thinking so it's really fast to spawn withers. Let's see how it goes. We might want to like intentionally slow it down, which I can do with a sequencer. But for now, let's get a redstone receiver and a redstone transmitter. And then we're going to want a detector, which is pretty much as straightforward as you can get. So detector, let's make sure you know how to make one of those. Into our new fancy thing. Woot. And you're going to craft. Cool. And then we should be good, right? Detector. Hooray. So this is really straightforward. Is there a specific area I want to have these dedicated to? I'm not sure if we're going to need like lots of them at some point. But for now, what I could do is just simply place it right there. And what we'll do is we'll have another star in there. And we'll say, basically, if less than, let's say, 64 nether stars emit a redstone signal. And now your channels are 1 and 1, right? Am I using channel 1 for something already? I don't know. What channel were you? 2? I was probably using it. Oh, I was using it for the frames thing for Astral Sorcery. So yeah, I don't need that anymore. So transmitter can go here. We'll just rotate you. Hopefully that's going to work. Let's see. Yay, it works. Cool. And if I change you to greater than, you don't work. Okay. Hey, psst. You're supposed to be on here. Stop it. What we might need to do, and if this is the case, it might not be sending updates. So if I do that and it's on, and then I do that and it's off. Yeah, so it's just not getting its update properly when it's right next to it. So having a redstone dust in between helps with that. So let's maybe put these a little bit in like something of a basement-y area. How does that sound? So what I could do, and you guys are gonna have to remind me of where this is because at some point I will forget that I did this. But like in this little sub-basement, right, we'll make it less than 64, right? That's the receiver. That looks cool, right? So then what we'll have here is that. So if your emit signal went under amount. Okay, why are you misbehaving so much? So greater than, off, less than, on. I know what's causing it. I have to report it to McJady. Basically, it's waiting for... This thing doesn't get updated until a redstone signal changes on the transmitter. So it's not constantly checking. Or maybe it checks every now and then. I don't know. So I'm going to switch it to greater than now so that the signal's actually off. And then we can cover up this mess that I made. Now, the other way to do this, obviously, would be to have a refined storage transmitter receiver thing over here. But that feels like a lot of wasted energy just to do that. Hello, what was that? Did I just morph? It felt like I was morphing. Felt like I got a morph. So let's remove you for a minute. We will put... What I'll do is put this thing on here, set to redstone input. We'll do this, and then we'll have the receiver here for that. Cool. And that should be good, right? And then we'll set this guy back to sandstone, and that should be cool. So now, if we actually head back to our base, and we properly turn this on, what we should have is a fully automated, go back in the human form, please, way of detecting. So, wherever this thing was. I lost it already. I didn't want to break that. There it is. Cool. So we're going to make you less than, power's 15. Now if we go check, I'm placing the wrong blocks, but withers should be spawning at this moment. They should already be running. And if we check our star count, it should start going up. So 35, we'll see how much we come up with once this goes. So if we pop over to here, we should see nether star withers. Yes, withers, woot, lots and lots of them. And they're taking damage and doing the thing. and creating nether stars, and that's cool. So that will keep nether stars in stock for us, right? Whenever we get low on nether stars. And speaking of nether stars, so you should be behaving like any moment now. We should see, there we go, 36, 37, 38. Nice. So my question is, how shenaniganry is this spawning? So the option is that it might be a really stupid amount of withers spawned over there. And I'm kind of curious, like, how many withers there are right now spawned. Because it might be a really large amount. Seems to spawn one like every few seconds, and that's a little bit much. Like, there's a lot there, and that's kind of funny. I should really be limiting this. I really should be. If I was being in any way responsible, I would say only spawn a wither every like 2 seconds, and I would do that with like a sequencer. But it's kind of working, and it's kind of hilarious. So we'll know how many extra withers we had, because when it hits 64, it'll stop spawning them, and from that point forward, any that have already been spawned will be killed, and we'll continue to get nether stars, right? So whatever amount of nether stars we have greater than 64 is going to be our indication for how many extra withers it spawned beyond the 64 limit. So it should now no longer be making more withers, which appears to be the case, and it's just going to kill any that are currently alive. Sweet. Hey, look, we just dropped. Okay, good. So now we have less than one wither. Should only be one left. He dead. Nice. No more withers. So how many nether stars in total did we get is the question. 85. All right, so it had 20 extra withers in there. It's not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. I want to check something. Isn't there an infinite wireless transmitter? Yeah. You need 2 wireless transmitters, an ender pearl, and an end rod. And I assume... So that's from Applied Energistics. This is for refined storage add-ons. An end rod needs popped chorus fruit and blaze rod. That should not be a problem either. So now that we have another star, we shouldn't have a problem making this. So all I need to do is get rid of you and your silly range upgrades. Pfft. Infinite wireless doohickey. Are you working all of a sudden? So now the question is, can you work from over by the wither machine? Yeah, that's what's up. No more running back to my base. That is cool. Now there are some experience orbs in there that I thought you would handle, Mr. Experience Orb Collector guy. What's going on over here? Hey. You're full. This tank is full. Well, there's your problem. Yeah, that can't be. Hold on. Base. There's no way this Signalum tank down here is full of liquid experience. Is there? Oh, hello. Yes, it is. Cool. We're going to have to do something about that at some point. That's a lot of liquid experience, though. Sweet. I guess withers create a lot of EXP. Oh, hello. Why are you fluctuating on power? Why are you struggling? Why? Why are you struggling on power? Oh, it uses 1,000 forge and... Okay, 1,000 RF a tick to do infinite wireless. Okay, hold your horses. How are you getting power again? Where's the power income for you? Alright, you've only got... That's why. Hold on, nobody panic. So we're going to want things that are currently inside this thing. Derp. Nobody panic. These are the derps that occur when it's derping time. So let's remove you for a minute. We can reconnect you. You know what, I could beg, borrow, and steal, but we'll just do that, which should power back on this guy. Now this thing isn't going to work because there's no wireless transmitter at all. But I should be able to come in here and get some redstoned. How are we for flux ducts? Do we have like... We have a bunch of signalum, but it's on a redstone line as it is. So let's get like 10 more of you. And let me know. That's right. I'm used to having that thing. 2. Let's go. 3. Come on. 4. 5. Probably close enough. It might not be close enough. I don't know how many blocks I need, but I want to make sure I have all 10. You're done? Yeah. Cool. So now I should be able to put back. And it's a little bit weird maneuvering as a bird. Should be able to put you back, and you should have no problem maintaining 1,000 RF a tick for that. Cool. So that's actually a huge amount of energy use, which further will inhibit my ability. So you're going to be okay. You seem to be okay in terms of production, but that's going to further impact my thing. So I think next episode, we're definitely going to have to work on power gen. But for now, it's wrapping up point. So Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 43 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. I'm doing a little maintenance behind my base. Getting some cool stuff up and running here. Don't mind me. You know, just some things and stuff. Maybe we'll stick with you guys, but we're gonna go down. Hello. Thank you. Woot. You need to go down. You definitely need to go down. So let's see. You should have... Perfect. That's what I want to see. I'd like you to come down here a little bit. Such a mishmash of different power bases, but it's all good. You're back here? Okay, good to know. I'm preparing for what's going to be a new power generation system. We will probably have multiples throughout the series because we have a lot of mods that can generate RF, and I want to play with a lot of them. There's a couple that I haven't played with in quite a while, and the existence of new mods in the pack will make automating those mods more fun and interesting, so we're going to be doing some new stuff with mods that you've seen before. Today's mod, specifically, will be... Dun dun dun! This one, Deep Resonance. Deep Resonance is a mod by McJady, the same author of RF Tools, and like about 50 other mods. And it is a really interesting and neat power generation system. Basically, the way it works is in the world, you'll find resonating crystals, which are really weak and terrible and you don't want to use. And you'll find resonating ore, which you can melt down into liquid, resonating crystal liquid. And then you can empower it with certain materials using some processes, and you'll create your own resonating crystals, which will generate tons and tons and tons of RF. And it's going to be really useful as we get into more and more RF using abilities. So I'd like to kind of get started with that today, and we'll see how far we can get. We'll probably get the foundations in place today, and then maybe over the next episode or two, we'll get some more stuff up and running. But for now, you can see I've cleared out a little area in my basement. Basically, what I'm looking to do is I'd like to have an area for generating power, like right around here-ish. And that should be cool. So, like, we could have, like, a it's a small multi-block. It doesn't need a lot of space. I mean, it doesn't really have to be that big of a room at all, to be honest with you. Maybe even we'll, like, stick it here. That would be cool. And we can tap into the power and run the power back here behind the wall into the back of this guy, which is going to be turned blue so he can accept power in the back. That was a part of why I wanted to change this. So he's outputting power out the bottom and top, and he's accepting power on the sides from the two turbines, and then out the back he will get power from the resonating thing and maybe some other stuff in the future. So that'll be that. And then so this will be the room that contains the generator, basically. And then over here, we'll have a small room set up. Hopefully, I can keep it relatively small, specifically for the purposes of creating the crystal liquid. So that looks pretty cool and doable. We might need to make a few more tweaks, but it shouldn't be too bad. I might need to bump this wall back one more level, and that shouldn't be too terrible. You can see I've kind of already been doing some of this. Sweet. I like it. All right, you can turn off, and that looks good to me. Cool. All right, so that might be roughly what we do. So I think step one should probably be getting set up to create the crystal liquid. Does that sound like a plan? So let's pop up to our crafting room area over here, and we can be ready for this. I'm going to put some things away because we're going to need a decent amount of stuff here. So one thing you might want to do is grab yourself a deep resonance manual. This will give you all the information you need to know about how deep resonance works and how to play with it. Or you can just watch this episode and learn. Either way. But if you're the type that likes to, like me, validate and double check some things, you know, it's all good. So resonating ore, you can find underground. Resonating crystals, they stink. Don't use them. Trust me. And there's different attributes to your crystal. And we actually have a few crystals inside the system that we will be using for some stuff. So there's attributes. There's strength, efficiency, and purity. And then there's also power left. So strength, efficiency, and purity. Strength, as I remember, is going to be responsible for how much total power a crystal is going to generate. Efficiency is how much RF per tick it generates while it's running. And purity affects how good those stats can become, right? So if you look at crystal attributes, that's pretty much what it'll go. So the more strength it has, like the more total power you'll get out of the crystals. And then for the efficiency, the higher that is, the more RF per tick it's going to generate. Now, the downside of these things is radiation. Running this generator creates radiation. However, you can get that purity attribute, which I think was on there. Yeah, purity. That is going to reduce the amount of radiation that happens. So the higher the percentage for purity, the less radiation you're going to get. Purity of 11% is terrible. Strength of 0.43 is terrible. Like 100% is where you want to be for any of these stats. The higher, the better. So we're going to mess with this a little bit. So I think the first thing we need to do is make a few machine frames. So let's take a look at what we need to do. So probably first things first. Machine frame. You need to learn how to make that. And in order to get resonating plates, cool. Why did that happen? I'm not sure. You basically need to smelt resonating ore into resonating plates. So what I'm going to do is cool, and that can go into our redstone furnace dude. And then up here we will put this stuff. So I should be able to request machine frames now all day long. Machine frame, or I could just do @resonant. And we should see the resonating machine frame there, and it should be smelting resonating plates, boom, and then it turns them into that. Perfect. Good, good, good. The first thing we'll want to do is start creating liquid crystal. That's the first step. So in order to do that, we're going to need a smelter, okay? This guy isn't terrible. We want some nether brick, so let's get about 10 of you. And that should come in pretty quickly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. And then the other thing we're going to want, and let's get like 30 of these bad boys real quick, because we're going to need a decent amount of those for some of the things we'll be working on. And they're pretty cheap to get. We're going to need a resonating tank. So that is around here somewhere. Tank. Yeah, that bad boy. Nice. I think that's it. So if we look at the book, we can, it's been a while since I played with this mod, so it's time for me to learn a little bit. So that tells you information about the liquids, tank, smelter. To use a smelter, you need a tank below it filled with lava and a tank above it, which will be filled with the RCL. In addition, you need to give the smelter power and supply it with resonating ore, either with automation or by inserting it, right? The smelter works best with the tank level filled between 40 and 60%. So if you fill the tank all the way with lava, it's going to be a bad time, because what's going to happen is it'll have less quality in the crystal liquid. And quality is a stat that cannot be changed. So pretty much you want to do this right from the outset. So we're going to need, let's see. Boop. So that's all cool. Let's do this with integrated dynamics, because I'm going to want some other integrated dynamic stuff over there later anyway. So let's get a variable store. Doot. Let's get some variable cards. Let's get entity reader. I don't think I need that or world item guy yet, but we'll definitely want like the power dude, the energy battery. Cool. Hey. Come back here, you. Nice. That's filling up from this guy. All right. And probably some logic cables. We'll probably need a few more of those bad guys. Nice. All right. And that's going to help us. We're going to need a block reader. Reads block information. I'm pretty sure that that's what I'm going to want here. So let's get one of those. Entity, extra dimensional fluid, inventory, machine reader. It might be machine reader. Might be machine reader. I forget which one. Input variable and crafting table, huh? It might be machine reader that I need to read. It probably isn't block reader, to be honest with you, but we'll see. Network, redstone, world. Okay, that should be right. I don't think it's inventory. I think it's machine, but I guess we'll see. If it is inventory, I guess we could like just grab one just to be sure. We'll have a few extra readers. And then we're going to want an exporter. And we're also going to want some cabling from you. Cool. And we're going to want, once this guy's done, let's go, exporter. Thank you. A bucket of lava, please, and thank you. Nice. And hopefully our lava reserves behave themselves, and if they don't, we'll have to go into the nether and throw a chunk loader down out there. So let's do some basic setups for this thing. So right here in the corner is where I'm going to want to start my smelter. We're going to pop him here. Now remember, they said that you want, underneath this thing, you're going to want an RCL tank. And you're going to want it to be about half full with lava. The target is between 40 and 60%. So you want it to be right around 50% and you'll be good. So what we have to do is build automation that will fill this thing up to 50% and then stop filling it. And then the other thing we're going to want to do is put that guy there. So let's do some machine reading properties. And we'll see what we can come up with, right? Now there should be... Yes, there is. Nice. So let's put our export bus on the bottom here. We're going to set you to require a redstone signal. You're going to export fluids, and it's going to be lava. And this should only run when you're getting a redstone signal now. So it should be safe to hook up, and no lava should be going in there yet. Okay? But once it gets a redstone signal, it'll start filling it. So let's get a machine reader first and see what kind of attributes we can get. Accept mode or provide mode. You might need some cabling. And you might need the energy battery. We're going to be doing a lot with integrated dynamics in this build, some of it more complex than others. But this will hopefully get you guys even more accustomed to integrated dynamics, which I think would be good for everybody, because it's a really powerful mod for reading attributes on blocks and doing stuff about it. Cool. So you should be cool. Is worker has worked, can work is working. Temperature is forge energy handler. Is EU handler. Okay, so maybe that's the wrong block. Maybe not machine reader. Inventory reader, maybe? Can you read information about fluids? It's all item-based, I think. Okay. Then let's check if there's a fluid-based integrated dynamics guy. It might be like a tank reader or something like that. Redstone network, machine, inventory, fluid reader. That's probably it, right? Read fluid tanks. Haha, cool. Nice. All right, I need a water bucket. I forgot for a minute that I was doing that. So there. That's what we're going to want. And some of those other reader attributes will be useful later. We're going to want the tank reader and fluid reader and all kinds of other readers. So machine, inventory, fluid reader, reads information from tanks. Sweet. Tank full, tank empty. Tank not empty is tank fluid amount, total fluid amount. Tanks fill ratio. That's the information that I want. So we're going to want to grab a variable card about that. And let's also grab our display if we can. Do we have a display? Display panel, boop. Just needs a couple static light panels, boop. And you need, what are those? Output variable transformers. Cool, and then we can make a display panel because I want you guys to see the information as it goes, right? So what I'm gonna do is I have a bucket of lava. I'm gonna put one in there, and then we're going to read the attribute of how full it is. So you can see that it's a double value, so it's always gonna be less than 1. 1.0 equals 100%, which is full. 0.06 is 6% full. So basically with one bucket of lava in there, it's 1,000 out of 16,000, which percentage-wise is 0.6. So what I want to do is measure when it's less than 0.5, right? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my variable guy, which I don't have on me, but luckily it might be in here or it's in here. Yep, there it is, Portable Logic Programmer. We're going to say, we're going to create a double variable that's going to be 0.5, okay, which is going to represent 50%. And all we're going to do is create a less than operator that's going to say if the variable card is less than 0.5, output true or false, okay? Now with my variable store in place, I can put these variables in here, and I can do that. So less than 0.5 evaluates to true, right? Because it's less than 0.5. So now what we can do is get a redstone writer. I should probably teach you just how to make these off the top of your head, but yeah. Lazy Dyer is lazy. And then redstone write to that guy and just put this in here. Now watch what happens. Ooh, look at that. There's new attributes on the redstone writer. Redstone pulse. Sweet. Outputs a pulse with the configured redstone value if the given value changes. Oh, that's cool. Those are new attributes. That's neat. All right, so basically, we now know true or false whether or not it's less than 0.5. So it's true if it's less than 0.5. So if I just put this in here, it should emit a redstone signal until the value goes above 0.5. You ready? Let's give it a shot. Boom. You should now be outputting. Oh, you know what we have to put down here is an input mode. And it should stop filling at 0.5. Nice. That is cool because look, as soon as we hit 0.5 or more, which we are currently at exactly 0.5, right? Fluid fill ratio is 0.5. Boom. As soon as we hit that, it stopped emitting a redstone signal. And that is perfect. That's what we want to see. So we've now, let's see, smelter, between 40 and 60%. So we're at 50%. And as soon as it drops below 50%, it'll stick another bucket in there. So let's validate that that works. Because in order for this to work, the next thing we're going to have to set up is some power. Leadstone should be enough, but we'll see if I'm wrong about that, because I wouldn't put it past me to be wrong about that. Okay, so we've got power going in there, and we're going to get one individual resonant crystal ore. Now, if memory serves correctly, 30 is enough to get the liquid amount that we need for one crystal. But we're going to put one in there, and what we should see is immediately this tank should have gotten another bucket's worth. And we can validate that by checking how much fluid amount is in there. 8,800, which evaluates to 0.55. Sweet. So the moment that it used 200 millibuckets, which is what it needs to process one resonating ore, it dropped below 50%, the redstone signal toggled on, it put a bucket in there, it went above 50%, the redstone signal toggled off. How cool is that? I love it. And now we've got some liquid crystal. It's quality 100 because the quality is determined by how much lava is in the tank. As long as you're between 40 and 60%, you'll always get quality 100. So I'm going to put the remaining 29 in there, and we'll see what happens, right? So watch what happens here. If we read the fluid tank, we're at 8,600, and then it'll be 8,400, 82, 8,000, and as soon as it drops below 8,000, you'll see it go up 1 bucket's worth because it'll toggle on that redstone signal and let that exporter write, which is cool. So back in a second when it's at probably close to... When it's at 8,000, I'll come back. So we're at 8,000 now. So any moment it should drop below 8,000 and then kick up another bucket's worth. You can do it. Boom, 8,800. See? So like the value went below 0.5 and emitted a redstone signal. Perfect. Cool. So now we've got that stuff. So the first thing you're going to want to fix about your liquid here is the purity. Purity is an attribute that pretty much is important. It's the one that affects the amount of pollution created from your crystal. So to get purity, we're going to want to create a purifier. I think it's called pedestal purifier. Yeah, this is what I want. So I want you to know how to make filter material because you're going to need to keep this stuff in stock pretty frequently. I'm going to make it with coal because I have tons of coal. But you are not a processing pattern. You are a crafting pattern. So you don't need a machine. You go into this dude. And like, let's make a few stacks of these. You should not be having a problem with this. Why are you saying no machine found? I rewrote the recipe without 4 gravel, 4 coal, 1 sand, output move. Okay. Let's just like reset this pattern and stick it in there. I don't know why you were being derpy about that. It's not a processing. I know it was on processing, but I definitely like unchecked it and rewrote the thing, didn't I? 3 stacks, doable? Nice. Wow, that was fast. That was fast. In fairness, you get 8 per craft, so you get a lot. So we're gonna want purifiers. Let's get like 3 the more purifiers you put on it, the better. Let's start with 2. We're also going to want some chests, and I'll tell you why in a second. And what else are we going to want? We're going to want a couple more tanks. The nice thing about the tanks from this mod is that they will form a multi-block structure, which is cool. So let's stick our... So like if we put a tank here, like, so see how that's that. If we do that, like, it forms a multi-block. It doesn't connected texture, but it's definitely a multi-block, and there's, you know, fluid in both tanks. So what I'm going to do is behind the tanks, I'm going to try and make this as compact to build as possible. We're going to put purifiers. So what purifiers do, does exactly what it says on the tin. It will... do I want to do something different with this? We'll start, and then we'll see where it goes. Boop, boop. So purifiers are cool in that they purify the liquid, but they need material to do it. So the material you need is filter material. Filter material goes inside the purifier, and then it basically takes some of the liquid out, it purifies it, and puts it back in. So you can see the purity climbing here. Now, the liquid will combine with the other liquids. So like one bucket will purify a good amount, but then when it gets mixed in with the other 30 buckets worth of liquid that are in there, it quickly, you know, mixes and becomes, you know, a total amalgamation of that. So we have to just wait a little bit until this purity gets up. And if you look in the book for purifier, it'll tell you that it can purify it up to 85%. That's as far as it can go. But other blocks will allow me to purify it even further, but 85% is pretty much the target. And pro tip, this machine doesn't require power, so you can pretty much speed it up as much as you want all day long. Hooray! And you'll see that you quickly get purity 36.9, 50, nice. So this basically sucks in liquid, purifies it, spits it back out. End of story. Cool. Now I know what you're wondering. Direwolf, why did you put a chest behind these deep purifier thingies? Notice the filter material is being used up. Guess what? It absorbs some of the nastiness of the liquid and creates a spent filter material, which we will use in a crafting recipe later that's going to be useful for us. So FYI, that's why the chest is back there. It will automatically output the spent filter material into the nearest available inventory, aka that chest. So we're at 84.9%, so we're like super close. You'll notice that the last like 1% or so takes a little while, but eventually you'll hit 85%. There we go, 85.1. Sometimes it bumps up a decimal point, but it's all good. It's pure as pure can be. So that's nice. And you are still chilling exactly where you're supposed to be, right around the 50% mark. Loving it. So next step to alter the stats of our liquid would be, let's see, we could probably do the lens and the laser. That sounds like a good plan. So the lens and the laser allows you to further purify your liquid and modify other stats besides the purity. So for this, we're going to want the infusing laser and the lens. Boom and boom. Sweet. Now these guys, you basically want to set them up, I think it's 1 block space away from the tank. The lens has to be placed on the tank and the laser firing the lens, facing the lens. So you have the laser, 1 empty space, and then the lens, and then the tank. So how do we want to lay this out? What would be cool would be to put this up top, maybe? I've never done it this way, but if I put the laser, you can only place this vertical? What? Come on! McJD, please. I wanted to like try and make this as compact a build as possible, and you are not helping, sir. So lens, and then, you know, 1 empty space, right? Because this is the block space that the lens is in, and then the laser has to go basically here facing the lens, and that should be cool. Now this guy also needs power, so we're going to want to run power up, you know, in some kind of meaningful way. We'll start with leadstone flux ducts just because we have a bunch of them, but we might wind up. So you're going to get juice. We'll see if it's enough. If we need more power, easily done. So now, in order to use this guy, there's 2 things that we have to supply. There's a catalyst, which will, I think, cause it to run. And basically, you want to put resonating crystals in here. By the way, when you use a resonating crystal, it will become empty, and you can throw it in there as well. But for now, I'm going to throw any and all resonating crystals that I have, because like I said, the ones that you find in the world are garbage, quite literally. And you don't want to use them to generate power, trust me. So your use for them is to fill up the internal buffer of this catalyst thing that you can then use to affect the stats of this. Cool? And if you look in here, there should be some attributes that tell you lens and laser might be listed here. Valve, crystallizer, pedestal. So you know what we could do is, if we look at emeralds, because I know they're and one of the ones, atomic reconstructor, lots of things use emeralds, obviously. But eventually we will find deep resonance laser. Cool. If we show our recipes on deep resonance laser by clicking on this, you can see all the items and the way they change the stats. For example, an ender pearl will increase the purity by 2%. Now remember, it only functions on 500 millibuckets, or half a bucket's worth of RCL. Basically what happens is you're going to bump it up by 2%, but that 2% affects only a small part of that liquid. So you only see it go up a smaller thing, like maybe, you know, 0.5% or something. The dimensional shard actually looks like a really nice stat upgrade. So the number on the right tells you how high it can go. So for example, purity can only go up to 85% from the purifiers, but if you use ender pearls, you can get it up to a max of 100% purity, right? Dimensional shards bump it up by 1% on purity, 8% for strength and efficiency. And purity can get up to 100, but strength and efficiency, the highest you'll get out of using dimensional shards is 80%. Cool. These stats vary wildly. So you can see there's all kinds of different items you can use here that affect things in different ways. So the purity doesn't change when you use Prismarine, and you get a little bit of strength and efficiency. Gunpowder, for example, gets you a bunch of strength and not as much efficiency. But you can see all the stat changes pretty much here. Gas tiers are pretty good for strength and pretty good for efficiency. I don't know why you would ever want to. I guess I could see you wanting efficiency to go down, so you have less RF per tick. So slime balls have that option. Diamonds affect purity, right? Glowstone, all kinds of stuff that's cool. One of the best ones, I think, is a Nether Star. Yeah. So that bumps it up by 90%, but you lose 60% of purity, right? So the best thing to boost this with is a Nether Star. It really bumps it up. Now, it bumps it up by 90%, right? Which is, you know, remember I said like a couple episodes back, I was getting Nether Stars for something that was going to generate power. Hintity hint hint. There we are. Right, 500 millibuckets worth of RCL. Now, I forget how many millibuckets are in here, but watch what happens, right? So I'm going to get a few Nether Stars, and we're going to put one in here, right? And I believe this guy needs a redstone signal to run, so we're going to want a lever. Boom. And you can see that laser poof, right? Now that bumped the strength and efficiency up by 7.5% each. It said 90, but that's 90 for 500 millibuckets. It also dropped the efficiency, or the purity, by 60%. So purity has to be refilled. So what I'm going to do is throw a few more Nether Stars in there, and we're going to figure out how many Nether Stars to get this guy up to a decent level, right? So let's see. We got it up 30% with 4 Nether Stars, right? So if I did 12 Nether Stars, that should be 90%, right? So 8 more should get me up to 100%. Now, here's the thing. If your purity drops below 0, it's a bad time. So don't let that happen, okay? Trust me on that. Sweet. That's pretty cool. So we got our strength and efficiency up to 100%. This is going to be a really, really good crystal, okay? Now, let's let this purity fill back up to 85%. And if we wanted to, what we could do is look at maybe getting the purity up to 100% as well. That'll reduce the amount of nasty stuff that happens. So diamonds will get it up by 5. Emeralds will get it up by 8. We should have a decent amount of emeralds. How are we for emeralds? Not terrible. So what I want to do is let these guys filter material, get it up to 85%, and then we'll throw some emeralds at it. Cool. So we'll be back in a sec. All right, so purity's at 85% now. What I'm going to do is boost it a little bit with some emeralds. So it looks like 85.7, 86.4. It's going to boost up a little bit. So let's throw, like, you know, a handful of emeralds in there and see what happens. If I get it to 100%, we're good. So basically, emeralds or diamonds. Diamonds would work as well, you know. But I feel like emeralds are a good one to use because they're better than diamonds, and they're used in less things than diamonds. Plenty of mods use diamonds as a balancing point, and emeralds not as much. So if we got this by up to 100% purity, I'd be happy. Looks like we might need a few more emeralds in there. 96, 97. We're getting there. %. Sweet. So we can turn that off now. We can reclaim any extra emeralds we've got, and that's cool. The next thing we're going to want from Deep Resonance is crystallize filter. I could just search for filter if I was being smart, but I assumed I would have found it by now. Valve. That's what I'm looking for anyway. Valve. Valve needs a couple filter materials. And then we're going to want another tank as well. So the tank will go here. So valves are cool. What they will do is they will transfer liquid from the tank above them to the tank below them, but they can also be used to specify the necessary stats before it'll move it, and it'll also limit the maximum amount of liquid that can be allowed in the bottom tank. So I'm going to leave the default, which is 100, but if you want to say, like, wait for purity to hit 85% and then move this, you totally could. Nothing wrong with that. Right? But we're going to apply it, redstone mode ignored, so that when we have a tank underneath this bad boy, which I don't want you to multi-block with that tank. So that's kind of annoying. I don't want you to multi-block with that tank, because that's, yeah. I'd like it to be compact, but I don't think I can. So what we're going to have to do, should we just, like, see what happens if I place this? I'm going to remove you for a sec. And I'm going to see what happens if I'm assuming this will combine and multi-block. Yeah, it does, right? And now it's filling itself back up. Okay, cool. So you're at 8 buckets of lava, right? Hey, you should be reading that now. Oh, you know what? You might need to go into doot. There you go, 8 buckets worth of lava. So how can I combine this in like an efficient way? Let's think. I think probably the best way to do it would be to remove you, and we're gonna move this all over 1. So what we're gonna do is doot. We'll have the laser here. We'll have another tank here, which will spread the liquid out more. Then we can have the lens here. Since I'm doing this, I might as well put another purifier back here. And I guess the proper way to do this, let's get another stack of you. Boom. And let's get a crate, since you guys aren't going to want to be sitting next to each other with 2 chests there. Cool. So, like, you've got some spent filter material, but then you can go there to dump your spent filter material into the crate behind it. Cool. So now you're good. By the way, how are you guys for filter material? You're all right. Could probably use more soon, but... So that'll be a 3-tank system. And then we'll put our valve here, right? And apply that. So now the only liquid that's going to be allowed to go through the valve is 100, 100, 100, which is what we have. Nice. So if we hit that, and we might need to say apply. Now sometimes the stats say 100, but they're like 99.999 or something stupid like that. So what I'm going to do is change these guys to be 99s. And now the fluid's going through. Nice. Yeah, it's just a rounding error. That's all that happens sometimes. So we should be cool. And then the last step to create your crystal is to make a crystallizer. And that goes on top of a tank, and it also needs power. So what I'm going to do is make a tank, and we're going to multi-block this tank underneath here so that you're multi-blocked, and then we're going to put the crystallizer on top, and you just need power, and you should be cool. Nice. So you're filling up with power. Are you draining the tank? I'm pretty sure the crystallizer goes on underneath. Right? Because if it doesn't, we'll see. I might be wrong. Oh, no, it's 5%. It's moving. Sweet. So yeah, the crystallizer goes on top of the tank, right? So I can speed this dude up a little bit, right? It's going to drain the power out a little bit because I have a low grade thing on there, but that's fine. 61%. It takes a minute, but, you know, once it's done, it should be basically draining this liquid out and creating a crystal with it. And if I remembered correctly about the whole, you know, a metric amount. Nice. That is cool. We've got a 100, 100, 100 resonating crystal. That may be the best crystal I've ever made in any of my series. I don't know if I've ever made it to a full 100%. That said, I totally have unlimited nether stars, which totally helped. Cool. So that's not a terrible build right there, and it's nice, relatively compact. I will take it. I like it. I'm pleased as punch. So what I'm going to do is wrap up the episode here, and we'll come back next time and do a little bit more with this stuff, and we'll set up how to generate power using these crystals. And then we might circle back at some point and fully automate this. I just have to figure out how I want it to be. But I should be able to do it. What I might wind up doing is having another laser on here that's like maybe here to here. One with emeralds and one with... whatchamacallit, some other stuff. And we can hopefully read the NBT values of this crystal, because what I'd like to do is have it like fully automated, where we say, you know, once the crystal's purified at 85%, turn on the nether star until it gets to 100%, then wait for it to be 85% again, and then turn on the emerald to kick it over to 100%, 100%. And then once that's done, this guy will start filtering. That's kind of what I want to do, but we'll see. For now, Double20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. So then you're going to be your less than 99.9. And then this guy can just chill in here with these guys. And that should be false now, in theory. Correct. Good. And it's false because, oh, the fluid in the tank moved already. Nice, and it's already creating the crystal for me. Perfect. So that's good news. Cool. All right, so what's in here is this guy, false. We're going to go ahead and add this guy here because that's going to be your whether or not this laser goes on thing. And that should be working now. So all we have to do is put our emeralds in here. And you get our nether stars. And we should be fully automated now. So now let's actually like generate power with these awesome crystals we're making, huh? And checking the time code, it looks like it's about time to wrap up the episode. So maybe we'll generate power next episode. For now, Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. I know it was very technical and complicated. So hopefully you guys followed along. In fact, I'd love it if you gave me feedback in the comment section here and said like, this mod's really confusing and I have no idea what you did, or this mod's really confusing, but I was able to follow along because you did a good job explaining. Like, give me feedback on, you know, or just say like, oh yeah, I totally get this and you did a good job explaining or you did a bad job explaining. Like, give me feedback on whether or not you understand and how well you like the explanations, because I know this was an extremely complicated and almost programmy format of stuff, but I hope you guys can see the power of this mod because it can really let you do some complex logic and automation if you're willing to put the time into understanding how it works. And once you get your head wrapped around how it works, it's totally doable. And it's better than like, I mean, I don't want to say it's better than, right? But it's a different format than something like Computercraft or one of those other mods where it's like, you know, obviously just like writing code, right? Like, yes, there's code to this, but it's, I think, a good middle ground between like writing code and not being able to do something that complex, because the complexity that we just did would be impossible or near impossible with like your standard item transfer and fluid transfer type mods. So again, feedback would be most appreciated. Really interested in hearing what you guys think. But for now, wrapping up points. So Direwolf20 signing off. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 65 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I'd like to get the foundations of a system set up so we can actually start generating power with all this cool stuff that we've been working on the last episode or so. So I'm building myself the very first of a multi-block system that should give me what I want. And I want to see how like small I can make this room. Like, I don't think it needs to be particularly large per se, but we'll see. Because I'm like kind of backed myself into a corner here with the sizing of this room a little bit, but I think we can pull it off. So in theory, I should be able to just stick my crystal right there. And so we've got that. So you're going to generate 20,000 RF a tick. Ain't too shabby. Let's get ourselves a lever and try turning this on. I want to see if this will work in the compactness that I've defined. Oh yeah. Sweet. We can do this. All right, cool. So you're good. Power's at 99.9%. Good. Let's get our exchanger out. And I'm going to want to make some blocks. These blocks, to be specific. Dense obsidian is a cool material. It basically, there's dense obsidian. Let's do resonant then, because there's too many things with dense in the name. And dense glass. Basically, when you run these generators, the less purity that you have in a crystal, the more pollution it generates. And I'm pretty sure that even if it's at 100%, it still generates some level of pollution. So you're going to want to enclose your room inside a structure that is made of dense obsidian to prevent any of that pollution escaping. It basically contains it more than it would otherwise. So we'll probably wind up changing stuff up here a little bit. But basically, we're going to want like, let's get like half a stack. We should probably just get a whole stack to get started. And we'll kind of go from there. We also have a pedestal that we'll talk about in a minute here. So basically you, and then I want you to be good. So you're going to want to like completely enclose this room in dense obsidian, if at all possible. And that's really just the gist of it. That's it. Just do it. Just don't ask questions. Just do what you're told. So we'll put like dense obsidian back here. This stuff does take, like obsidian does, a decent amount of time to break. So be a little careful about where you place it. But it's not the end of the world, obviously, if you misplace a little bit. So I'm thinking I want to make sure this room like half looks good, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I mean, it could just be like a really tight room, like 4 across. I think that would be cool, right? So maybe let's see how it looks just like this. Now I'm gonna remove this guy because eventually what we're gonna actually have is underground here. We're gonna have a thing to turn this generator on and off, and we're gonna start working towards a multi-tiered power generation system in this episode. So what I'd like to do is basically have it so that these guys are our primary generators of power. They're just going to always be running because they do 2 really good things. One, they self-throttle, which means that they use less fuel and less power as needed. So we don't have to worry about turning them on and off. So they're going to be our primary power generation system. But once our energy cell here drops below a certain threshold, right? Like we could say once it drops down to 35 million, we'll turn on another power source and let that start augmenting the power generation. And then as we expand our base to have more and more power needs, what we'll do is expand that to the point where, once it drops below 25 million, it'll do another power generation thing kicks on. And then once it drops below 10 million, we'll kick on something really powerful, right? So just multiple generators that kick on at different thresholds. So that's pretty much what I want to work on today, in addition to getting this cool looking generator room up and running. So long story short, let's just what I'll do is I'll stick a little bit of lighting in there, right? Did I hit that? That's resonating crystal. That's energy acceptor. I think they have like a pretty full block size. So maybe you didn't do that too well. I wouldn't mind having just a little bit of light in there. We're going to have glass in the front, but, having a little light source in the back would be cool. There you go. Nice. So we'll want a little bit more of these. And that's going to be flush with our wall a bit. Cool. Nice. I like it. Looking good. Looking good. Now we might want to do a little bit of automation, but we'll get to that in a bit. And I'm going to want a few pieces of dense glass. Looks like 4 would be fine. Right there. And that'll look good. I like it. Like a neat little reactor room right there, ready to roll. And then we can do that. And what I wouldn't mind having is maybe this portion of the room can be like some kind of cool looking glass. Like we'll start with gray bordered glass, right? Or thickened glass. Doesn't really matter. I wish I had a good way to get in and out of that room. So let's get gray bordered glass. See, that'll look pretty cool. What would thickened glass look like? I think that might look even cooler to me. Where are you, Exchanger? I'm trying to remember which hotkey I assigned this guy. There you are. Yeah, see, that looks even better, right? And if I wanted to, I could use this as a doorway. Cool. And then what I wouldn't mind doing is also to continue the keep it looking nice theme that we've got going on here. Let's get some sandstone. At least 1 stack, if not 2. And our exchanger again. And expand this dude out a little bit. So that this continues that like pyramid-y look that we've got going on in here. Like this is all kind of behind the scenes and you can't see it from outside, but we'll do our best to kind of make things look neat. So it doesn't look terrible. Technically, we should also be able to fill in a lot of this wall stuff. so that that's what we're going to be seeing from the outside, and a lot of this wall can be filled in too. Kind of built that with that intention. And then I would like to have the sandstone flooring pattern, right? So get you back. This guy is what I want to have next. So that's that. That should work. Cool. I think that looks pretty cool. That looks like not bad at all. And from the outside, it looks really nice. See? Nice and fancy. So I like it. So we'll stick with that, and that looks pretty good. All right, I think that's cool. And then you're ready to roll. So let's figure out how we're going to automate this whole read the values of energy cell, and if it's less than a certain metric, we'll probably wind up going integrated dynamics. And this will be less complex than the last episode's integrated dynamics. So I am recording this before last episode's integrated dynamics went live. So I'm really hoping that the feedback on that episode was, yeah, Dyer, we liked seeing integrated dynamics get this complicated. But even if you didn't like it being that complicated, don't worry, because today's episode of integrated dynamics will be far less complicated than last episode's, and it'll be fine if you're not like into or understanding of the coding as well, because it'll be way simpler. I think that's the route I want to take. I just want to really verify that, so I'm going to just think a little bit and make sure there's no other approach I want to go with. So I think before I jump into doing this, I want to play with RF Tools screens a little bit. These guys are cool because you can like do cool stuff. So let's take a look at what we can do with these. So screens can accept modules of many different types. There's like tons of modules here that you can put into these things. The one I'm going to look at making is the energy module. And I want to play with this just a little bit to see if we can, figure out what's what. So for this to work, I think we're going to want, if I'm not mistaken, and it's been a while-ish since I played with this, but let's like just put the screen there. Cool. So you're getting power now, which is pretty much what I'd want. Let's put our screen here. Sneak right click for GUI and insertion of modules. Use screen controller to power screens remotely. Yes. Wasn't there a way to make this larger? Hey, cool. Install module. Nice. Yeah, that's good. I thought I could make you bigger. Maybe I need to hit it with the wrench. Wrench. Let's try hitting it with... I think the smart wrench will allow me to make it bigger, but I'm curious if it would work with this dude. Ah, yes. Perfect. It does. Cool. Nice. So if I put him up here, what would it look like to do that? Would that be neat? Ooh, I like it. I think that looks really neat. So sneak right click for the insertion of, and you have to sneak right click on where the block was originally. So you can't sneak right click on any of these blocks. It's the top left one where the actual screen really is. And to link this energy module to this energy cell, I think I just need to sneak right click it, and then I can pop that dude into there, and that should be cool. So label will be main power. And you're gonna, not connected to a screen. So first we're gonna, let's go into Raven mode here. I need to scan for nearby screens. We found one. So the screen controller is what accepts power. So this is RF Tools. The screen controller accepts power. You hit scan, it finds nearby screens, and then it can power them. I forget the range, but nearby means nearby. Hey, why did you shrink? Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Nice. Main power. So let's, do this. So you're going to be show the amount of RF. Oh, that's the RF per tick change. Okay, cool. I don't know if I want the bar to be there. I might want the bar. Label alignment center. I'm going to play with this a little bit. That looks cool. So when it's like a positive RF, it'll be green, and when it's a negative, it'll be red. I feel like there's better ways to make this look cool. Comma format? I mean, it's obviously, Show the amount of RF. So that's like the current RF, right? I don't know if I love the bar, though. I feel like this could look better, but it's... something's, like, not looking as good as I thought it would be. Back in a sec after I play with it a little more. I think what I'm going to do is put another energy module in there. We'll put it in this. Hello, thank you. So maybe your label will be RF, and your label will be RF per tick. And you will show RF per tick. I don't want a bar, but I want the same deal where it's green or red. And you can do commas mode. Does that sound cool? That looks neat. I made it a different color label. I'm going to center you. So that looks nifty. Does that look cool? I don't know if I need it to be so large, though. I wish I could make it, like, take up more screen real estate. I don't know. Back in a sec, playing still. Well, we'll leave it like this for now, but let's go turn on our stuff and things down here, which we have off at the moment because power concerns, right? So if I turn you on and allow you to run, you should now be having a net loss-ish of power, right? Yeah, see? Cool. Even with you running as full as you can, we have a total loss of around 1,500 RF a tick. So that's kind of cool. I like that a bit. I really wish I could make the screen have a little bit less black space, but I don't know how much I can do that. Short of just like, you know, doing... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Did you actually like retain all your stuff? Yeah, I just need to rescan for it. Let's just do this back here. Just need to rescan it and then it'll pick it up. See, like that looks pretty silly. I just don't like how much empty space there is there, you know what I mean? But otherwise, cool. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe there's other things we can measure that might make it cool. Like if we add more metrics to things at some point, it might be nice to have. So how am I going to toggle this thing on and off? So I was going to use integrated dynamics, but I've run into like kind of a problem. I don't want it to just turn on and off at a threshold. I want it to toggle on and off. So like I want it to turn on when we get below 50%, let's say. So like, or below 25 million. And I want it to turn off when we get above a certain percentage, like above 80%. I don't want it to just be like turn on below 75. Because if I do that, then what's going to happen is as soon as it hits 74.9, it's going to turn on. And as soon as it hits 75.1, it's going to turn off. So that's going to stink, right? So let me think. All right, I hope resonant flux ducts are ready to transmit power properly. Because we are going to need to do that like right now. I didn't realize how close to needing to do that right now we were. So let's get ready to get under here. You are going to get into bird form. And let's do this. So going in, what were we going to transfer power in with? I want to grab some resonant flux ducts. Oh good, they're crafting. Yay! I was concerned they might not. And we basically want to tap into the generator itself. Now, ideally, we wouldn't get... There we go. So you're the generator, right? I wonder if I could... I wonder if we could use Actually Addition's Phantom Energy Face. Would that work? Would Phantom Energy Faces work to extract power? I've never done that before because, like, it's never seemed necessary before. But that would be cool, right? So like a phantom energy face and a phantom connector, would this work? So if I put you here and I did this and that, you're connected to the generator, right? So you've got, you know, a 739,000 RF in you. If I did this, ooh, hello, sweet. So I don't actually have to run cabling into here. That's cool. Now, I'm probably going to want to have some dense dudes going on here. But this is the generator controller. So I can put the lever on this guy. Are we getting a net gain of power? Oh yeah, we are. Look at that. Booyah. Beautiful. It's actually working quite well. That is nice. I guess the other thing we'll probably want to do here is take a look at looking at deep resonances. Now that we're actually like doing a lot, we should measure the amount of radiation that's happening in this area and see how good of a job I am doing protecting stuff. So right out here, there's no radiation detected. That's good. There's a little bit right here, but like radiation levels like you want to worry about is like around the 10,000 mark, not around like the 10 mark. I'm not entirely sure. I forget the number that you really care about. But let's see what's going on down here, because that's where I would expect a little radiation to be. Because we have, I mean, it's really not bad at all. I mean, it helps that we have that super pure crystal. That super helps. But yeah, hardly any radiation. I'll take it. So here's where it's like the worst, right? Right here. But that's still not terrible. Like, I'm not even getting a hunger effect from that. And that's like the first sign that you've done bad things, as you get hungry. Nice. All right. So radiation isn't bad. Oh, there we go. We did get some hunger. We did get a hunger effect somewhere, but that's all right. Sweet. All right. So that is a huge shot in the arm for power. I'm not going to lie. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I want to go about doing some stuff. So maybe we'll come back in a minute once I've figured out my solution. So that should shut that guy off. And then we're cool. And we're back to losing a decent amount of our tick. So everything's good now, and I like the idea of using the energy phase so that we don't have to run a wire out of that room. The only trick now is going to be how to actually toggle that on and off. I haven't figured it out yet. All right, guys, I think I've come up with a way to do this. I'm not sure. Normally, I would have tested this before we recorded, but we'll do some on-screen testing. So what I'm going to do is play with XNet a little bit. I'm wondering if XNet can read off of a phantom energy phase. That would actually be cool if it could. Because if it could, that would be cool. Like, what if we put an energy phase here, right? Now, bear with me. This might be cool. It would be nice if this worked. It may or may not work. We'll see. What if... So where's... it's coming to the side, right? So if I did... If I placed the energy phase here, and we bound you to you connected. Now what I want to test is, can I remove this stuff, and will that work? You ready? That seems to be working. That looks like it works. Actually, that's really... I mean, I expected it to work, but I'm just glad that it actually works. Because then what we can do is a little bit of XNet magicry. So you're going to want to go... I'm going to put him into the wall a little bit-ish. Or maybe I'll put him... I want him to actually be connected to power, not this power line. Because remember, this line's only going to be active when the phantom energy phase, when this guy's sending power, right? So we want him actually to be connected like down here or somewhere more sensical. Let's get our signal and flux ducts. And maybe here might not be a terrible place for this XNet controller to live. Hooray! So I'm hoping I can do this. Not sure, but I'm hoping. We will see. If I were to put a connector on here and here... Oh, nice. You're connecting. Nice. So you should be able to see phantom energy phase. Cool. I always forget if you actually need a connector on the controller, but I think you do. What I'm going to do is XNet energy logic. We're going to measure logic on this guy. So with XNet, you can do some logic measurements. Kind of like you can do, but less complex than integrated dynamics. And I think we'll be able to do this because of the way the logic channel works, but I'm not 100% sure. But what I'm going to do to validate that this is working is grab a redstone lamp. Do I have it on me still? I think I put it out somewhere. There we go. And we're going to put this guy here. And on this, we're going to attach a redstone proxy. And I'm pretty sure what that will do is emit a redstone signal when I tell it to. So what I'm going to do is we're going to measure this. I'm going to say like less than 8 million if I can, or something like that. So sensor will be energy less than 8, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And you're going to emit a color of white. Okay. And then energy greater than 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And you're going to emit a color of red. Okay. I might need to bump this down a little bit, but we'll see. I might change it to 7 for a sec. Well, it's going to take me a minute to get this working. But then here on the same channel, we're going to create a channel that says white, or we want it to be output mode, signal strength 15. Cool. So that, okay, so you're working. Hey, that's neat. But is this going to toggle is what I want to know. So that should be off right now. Actually, it occurs to me that it might not. I still might need to do it in this toggle. The trick is toggling it off at the right time and then toggling it on at the right time. So like white, yeah. I'm pretty sure these are ors. So what I could have is energy greater than 0 green? Would that, okay, so you're not on yet. So that's an and is what that's telling me. So it should top on now. Nice. Cool. But the trick is once you get more power, I want you to stay on until a certain threshold's met. But I think what's going to happen is as soon as it goes above 6, it's going to turn off. And that's not what I want. I don't want it to turn off the generator until it goes above like 10. And that's the trick that I'm trying to come up with right now. I don't know if it's going to be doable with XNet either. All right, guys, you ready for a shock? I decided to use vanilla redstone. Wah, wah, wah. Watch what happens when this drops below 9 million. You ready? And listen. Okay, cool. So I don't have the wiring hooked up yet, but watch. That toggled. So when it's below 9 million, we have a redstone signal here, right? So what I'm going to do is run some structure ducts with this dude set up as an input on channel red. And you can just do that to an output. Right? Now watch what happens when it goes above 10 million. You can see it on the top there, right? So we just passed 9 million, it's still on. When it hits 10 million, it shuts off. Cool. So how to do it? It's a basic RS NOR latch. So real simple RS latch, really not super complicated. Basically, the way this works, and I'm going to demonstrate it out here for you guys with some buttons that I just put away. I was going to build it on camera, but I wanted to test it and get it right before I did it on camera. But basically, you've got this. Wait. Let me just see how I did it in here. Just so I want to make it the same, yeah. So basically, I'll make it the same as it is in here, right? So we've got those two guys. I want to just try and, yeah, I want to make it as replicated as it is in there as possible. So yeah, like I had it before. So we've got this and this, right? And the way this latch works is that this redstone signal, when we run it over to here like so, turns off this torch. And then this torch is ran around to here like so. And we've got buttons on either side of this thing, right? So when you press this button, it toggles it and it stays in its current position because this switch got turned off. And then when you push this button, it toggles it the other way. So that's pretty much how an RS latch works. It's basically a memory cell. It records the memory of 1 bit of information. So it'll stay this way forever until it gets a redstone pulse over here. Neat? And then it'll stay that way forever. So the way this works then, I'll go ahead and keep this here for a second just to demonstrate it, right? Boom. Is we've got sensors set up on the energy cell here. It's going to kick on in a sec. Listen. Cool. And then it's going to kick off. Neat. So we've got sensors on this guy that basically say, hey, if you're less than 9 million, emit the white color, and if you're greater than 10 million, emit the red color, right? And then on this guy, we output a redstone signal whenever you're receiving a white signal, and this one over here outputs a redstone signal when you're receiving a red color. So basically, this thing outputs a redstone signal, and this guy outputs a redstone signal, and toggles that latch. So really simple, relatively compact RS latch here, just to kind of get things going. But we're not going to actually use 9 million and 10 million. What we're going to do is use, let's say, instead of 10 million, did you like completely clear everything out? Is that what you did? Okay. 35 million. And you're going to be 20 million. Cool. So that's the sensor numbers that we're going to go with. 20, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then you are 35, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Cool. And with that, what should happen is the reactor will turn on when it hits 20 million, and then it'll turn off when it hits 35 million. And that'll prevent the toggling effect that typically happens when you build reactors like this. A lot of times what you find is if you're just measuring at the 35 million mark or at the 20 million mark, it'll hit 20 million, it'll turn off the reactor, and it'll quickly go right back above 20 million and turn the reactor right off, right? So it'll just be on off, on, off, on, off. And all you're going to hear downstairs is like back on and off. And it's really, really annoying. So by doing a toggle latch like this, I was really looking for something that would let me do it in a little bit more compact modded fashion. But, you know, I figured nobody would complain about a little vanilla redstone. Yes, Styra does have a basic idea of how to do vanilla redstone. Just, you know, I enjoy modded. Hey, look, it turned off right at the 35 million point. Nice. And now it's going to drop all the way down to 20 million, and then it'll kick back on. All right, so I think that's a pretty good wrapping up point for the episode. So we've prettified this. I'm going to call that pretty much an end to Deep Resonance for now. We might expand this later and do more. Later on, I might want a more complex control scheme for doing multiple things, because this will not be easy to expand. That's the other downside to this, is it's not... It wouldn't be too bad to expand, but I'd have to have more RS NOR latches, and we'd have to have a separate RS latch for each generator that we do, which wouldn't be the end of the world. Totally doable. But just not something that right now I want to do. I'd like to have something like really compact and easily expandable. But for now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We will come back next time. You can see I've enabled my Void Ore Miner Mark III to continue. And next episode, who knows? We've got more stuff to work on. But now our power problems are solved. So for now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Darryl20, and welcome to episode 66 of Darryl20's Let's Play series. What's going on, everybody? Currently deciding how best to quickly get this in place to do what I want it to do. This might be tricky. Just might be, but we'll see. There we go. It filled up a little bit of liquid. But that's okay. We'll manage. I'm not sure which type of liquid you filled up. I guess we could look. Probably has a little bit of lava and a little bit of water in it. I was not surprised by that fact. Did that drain at all? Let's priority like 5U. That seems reasonable. Now you've got less in the buckets of each. Oh, I hate when that happens. Rage-inducing. Void access, no. Oh, that's cool. It's draining somewhere. I don't know where it's going, but I'll take it. So it'll probably completely drain out of everything a little bit. Okie dokie. That's cool. Not entirely sure where it's going, but whatever. Not worried. I want to have a little fun today. I would like to have better food. Those of you who have updated the Direwolf20 pack may or may not have noticed that food got a little nerfed. And we have to fix that by making better food that we can eat and enjoy. So I've come up with a specific type of food I want to make, and that is the bacon cheeseburger. Sounds good. That'll fill up 5 hunger health thingies and then like 12 of the ham hock thingies. So pretty good food source overall. Just requires some cooked pork chop, which we should have no problem making because we've got a lot of pigs going on. And the cheeseburger requires cheese, which needs milk and salt. And then it also needs a skillet with beef and toast needs bread and butter is heavy cream and salt, and heavy cream can come from milk and a mixing bowl. So there's some steps involved, but I think it should be kind of fun. So your job there is to import bus some milk for me. That's pretty much what you're going to do. So to get this mission accomplished, one of the items I decided to grab myself is the Animal Rancher. This nifty device, if it's the device I think it is, should work in an area large enough to cover my entire farm from the outside, which is cool. And I'm going to go ahead and give it some power, and let's see what it does. Milk! Milk! It milks cows for you. It also shears sheep, and, you know, probably some other things that I forget. Basically, like, your animal things that don't kill animals. Buckets or shears to milk cows and shears. So also getting sacks from squids. There you go. That's cool. Neat. So we've got lots of milk there. Now, how are we by way of things and stuff under here? Do we have, like... No, this stuff's all going here. Trying to figure out, like, how I'd like to get my fluid here back in.
Yeah.